All right, so officially welcome, Sue and John. Nice to see you again.
Yeah.
So, Sue, maybe just share that again. You said you had a holiday, a walking holiday. It was really nice, and you kind of went out of your normal zone. And then on the way back, you just sort of felt like everything was closing in again, and you're coming back to this awful reality, something like that.
Yeah, that's it really. Summarize.
Did John feel the same thing? Was it both of you? Or?
Yeah. I did actually. It was quite marked. It,
Hmm.
because we spent the week walking in the hills, so we hardly saw any other people.
Hmm.
We were in a group. We were
Hmm.
walking in a group in the hills, in the beautiful, beautiful countryside,
Hmm.
and and just going out for dinner, the two of us, or maybe with another couple in the evening,
Hmm.
and then driving back, in the car with all the traffic and stopping at the services to get a cup of tea and so many people.
Yeah, it just felt like, what is this? Is this
Felt like,
really?
yeah, total consumerism, basically.
Hmm. Hmm. There's a contrast with the experience of being free in nature.
Yeah.
I think when you go into nature, it's less mind oriented. Very, your mind can go into a very kind of calm, quiet, flowing state because you're not interacting with the conceptual world.
It feels much closer to spirit being in nature.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, well, it's less mind oriented. Although it's all illusion. Nature, like plants and animals, particularly plants, there's just, I mean, it's not, I suppose you could say they've got ego on some level because they think they're plants, but they're more like being. They just be. You look at a tree, and what does a tree do? A tree just bees is a tree. A tree's not going, oh, I want to be a bigger tree or a sexier tree or a richer tree or oh, I'm in competition with the other tree. Well, we don't know. I suppose there's some competition for nutrients, but it's a just a different state of being and consciousness, isn't it? I went for a run today in the forest. No one around, and you're just running in this. I really had a sense of, yeah.
Beingness.
Hmm?
You're just running in the total beingness.
Yeah, it's just like it's life all around you, and you just, there is a sense of oneness. Like the forest is not many individual trees and bushes and plants. It's like one entity. There's a consciousness, and you can kind of tap into that. You can get a sense of it. You spend time in nature. I think that's why people find nature quite healing. Going for walks in nature, just sitting quietly, meditating in nature, because it takes you out of all the mind energy, and then you're coming back into, this mind dominated world, services and traffic and, noise, and it's just like, well, a phase shift, and then like, really, is that really what we want? Why couldn't we always have that expansive, awareness? So I guess the art of it is to be expansively aware even when you're not in nature,
Yeah.
because that's really what we're trying to train our minds to do. Nature's helpful, and being on a walk, I mean, that's pretty easy to be an expansive awareness. Most people go, okay, well, yeah, wow, beautiful, it's open, it's spacious. It tends to, facilitate expansive awareness, doesn't it? When you come back into the world of, services, and now you've got to get coffee, and there's traffic, and there's people, and noise, and hustle, and bustle, and at least you don't have to go back to work because that would be a real shock. Monday morning, to work, back in the office, in the rat race, So I guess you're quite lucky that you can do this frequently. Um, so I guess you just kind of got to look at that and say, okay, that is the contrast. Because it's such a contrast, it's a phase shift, and then Just try and let it go and say, well, actually that beingness that I connected with on the walk is always there. It's still there, and let me not allow whatever the external circumstances are that I'm now in to cover it over, because actually that beingness that you experienced was not outside of you. It's your own experience. It's just the outside world, when it's pleasant and nice like that, it can activate the spirit more deeply, and so you feel more expansive, and then you come back into this world and it's more mind oriented. So I guess it's a good lesson. So I need to, like, if you can come back, maybe the next time, go, okay, if you can come back and there's no sense of real change, it's like you're rooted in that beingness and you can stay there, that's a sign of spiritual progress, isn't it? It's like, okay, I'm just rooted in the beingness. I could be at the services, or I could be on a mountain hilltop looking over the most amazing view with the sunset. It really doesn't matter, because the beingness is in me. Actually, that's what I'm really experiencing, and the external world it doesn't actually affect me anymore too much. So, but it's all a progression. Just this letting go is just like, okay, so you notice that, then okay, so I get it. So there's still an attachment there to the external, isn't it? Because it's like, the external world is now triggering me to get into a contracted, limited state of awareness. When actually it doesn't need to be. I can stay in that expansive state of awareness even when I'm at the services, or I'm driving down a highway, or I'm stuck in traffic. I'm not saying it's easy, but that is, the ultimate state we're going for, so that you can stay in that state all the time, which is when you're happy. So a good lesson. Maybe next time. Okay, so next time let's see what happens when we come back, because you're probably going to go on another walking holiday, I would imagine, quite soon.
I dare say, yeah.
Enjoy the holiday, enjoy the summer. Yeah, is there anything else to share?
No, I think that's good for me.
Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen. Let's go into some practice. Have a look at the quote today. Very short lesson, so let's read the quotes and then go to the lesson, and then maybe we can meditate on the lesson, and then we'll go into the text. How does that sound?
Yeah.
Okay, so John, do you want to read that quote?
To forgive is the highest, most beautiful form of love. In return, you will receive untold peace and happiness. So, today's quote by Robert Muller, a German-born British screenwriter, speaks of the great gifts that forgiveness brings from the most beautiful form of love, which is called Agape, or divine love. This is a love that is unconditional, which means that it is given irrespective of a person's personality and worldly role, or what they have done or not done in this world.
Okay, any thoughts on that? I mean, it's standard Course in Miracles stuff, but
no, it's nice. It's good. It's good. Mm-hmm. It's expansive and
just saying that forgiveness or letting go is the way to experience all of these great gifts, untold peace and happiness. When we truly let go, then we open up to this agape or divine love. So that's probably what you experience. You experience some of that pure formless awareness, that expansive awareness on your walk, and then you come back and it all seems to be covered over again. It's like an opening, and then it gets covered over by the world, which is the world's purpose, and all the material world, and particularly the human world. There's so much mind energy and stuff that's really not of this divine love, but it's easy to get sucked into it. But this is why forgiveness or letting go is the key, because if you keep letting go of these blocks to the awareness of love's presence, then this love must reveal itself. And this love is unconditional. I think that's really the key point. That it doesn't matter what someone's done. You're able to look beyond that and say, but they are still, still the Son of God. They're still the extension of this loving presence, which I can still feel in my awareness. And that's, so forgiveness restores your mind to your true awareness. So therefore, it isn't special in any way. It denies the specialness that the ego wants to make of every relationship and situation to confirm the illusion of its separate identity. So it's just a pure formless awareness of perfect love, without any attachment to personal identity, specialness. Nothing of separation is in agape or divine love. Okay, so do you want to read the next one? The way to feel this unconditional love.
The way to feel this unconditional love is simple. Let go of every thought and emotion that blocks your awareness of it. These blocks to the awareness of love's presence, as Yeshua calls them in the introduction to the ACIM text, sin, guilt, fear, anger, sadness, and any negative thought or emotion that denies or negates love, are all that stand between you and the experience of unconditional love. Why would you resist this? You value your special ego identity far more than the experience of unconditional love. This is a simple choice we all must make in the end, and forgiveness or letting go of all the blocks to the awareness of unconditional love that show up in response to people and events that come into our lives to provoke them is the way we make this choice.
Okay, any thoughts on that?
Well, that's what we were just talking about.
Able
to let go of the blocks to the awareness of unconditional love. Whatever is showing up.
Yeah, so on Friday, that was actually a block. You were just being triggered, and so that was the ego arising again in your own minds. And so then there's the opportunity to let that go and say, well,
yeah,
this is just the ego arising again. It's a covering over of this unconditional love, this pure formless awareness that we experienced quite deeply during the last 5 days, and it's now the ego's coming back. As it will try to do. So, then it's going to use the situation. Apparently, the change of situation, you're coming back into the world, human world, with all of its stuff that goes on. It's going to use that to try and justify why you can't stay in the awareness of unconditional love. And so there's another opportunity to let that go and say, well, actually, I can. Because wherever I am, my true being is still there. Unconditional love is still there. So let me not allow this illusion of the services or the traffic or whatever to cover it over, to provoke a negative mental and emotional reaction that covers that awareness over, and then blocks me from experiencing it. Because I want to stay connected to it, no matter where I am. So then you might do a lesson and say, God goes with me, love goes with me wherever I go. You can use any of the lessons or the day's lesson to just release that and go, okay, but I can feel that presence is still there. Although I'm not in expansive views anymore, that presence is still there. Because the presence wasn't really outside of you, was it? In truth, that experience, every experience we have is it's your own experience that you're having. It's just that you got triggered into a happier, more expansive experience by the external world, and so it was helpful to experience, expanded state of awareness. But that experience is still in your own mind, in your own awareness. So you still have a choice. wherever you are. That, you know, if that's available when you're on a walk, why couldn't you have the same experience when you driving in traffic or at the services, or, you know, just at home cooking, or doing whatever? Yeah, you actually can. It just takes a bit more mind training, a bit more vigilance, because it's you know, the ego's got more food to work with. You see what I mean? So in the external man-made world, there's more stuff that it can hook onto and go, oh well, that's now, you know, a denial of love, and so then I feel that limited, contracted feeling, and that seems to be justified by the externals. But it's all the same. It's you know, it's still an illusion. Everything in this world. I mean, I was on the village green this afternoon. I was looking and I was going, well, I get it. I mean, the lesson came to me. Forgiveness is the key to happiness. Forgiveness is the key to all you want, and forgiveness is the key to happiness. And I sat there for a few moments. I was like, there's no real point for any of this. Although it seems to be quite nice, and it was a nice day, sun shining, you know, late afternoon. It's like there's no real purpose for any of this. I get that. Like, there isn't a purpose for it, really. And actually, the true awareness that I am remains beyond all of this. And you have these little glimpses. And so then it doesn't matter whether you're in nature, you know, in a nice location like a village green, or you're indoors, or you're working, or you're in traffic, or you're in a busy city. It's like there's you know, the same thing applies. There's actually no purpose for nature as well. So
Yeah.
I think what you got to be careful of is that there's a subtle attachment there. So like, okay, well, nature is good because it facilitates this experience, and I feel better in nature. But in the end, it's still part of the illusory dream world. So if it helps you to, you know, to connect and be expansive in this expansive awareness, great. But remind yourself that it's not in the nature that's doing it. It's not the external world that's doing it. It's the truth is still in your own awareness, and it's just being triggered, stimulated. The external world is helping you to get into an expanded state. So maybe next time you practice a little bit of that. Say, okay, well, you know, I'm walking and it's actually quite peaceful and blissful, but I do recognize that there is ultimately no purpose for, you know, everything around me, the nature and so on. And then see how that changes your experience. If you do that consistently through the walk, see how that then changes. You know, when you come back, you probably have a different experience. You come out of it. Okay, so where are we? The theory is simple. John, do you want to read that in the next paragraph?
Yeah. The theory is simple, but the practice is where it can be challenging because our egos resist letting go of these blocks. Dear life, because they are their life or existence.
Yeah, makes sense.
The theory is simple, but the practice is where it can be challenging. Because they are their life or existence. That's referring to the ego, is it?
So the ego is just made out.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it hangs on to it for dear life because these blocks are their life. You know, our egos exist only in these thoughts and emotions, in the negative, and negative just means negating divine or agape love. So anything that negates that's another state of awareness, is a block, and that, you know, that those blocks are what the ego is made up of. So of course, when you're letting go of the blocks, the negative thoughts and emotions, then its life or existence is being undone, being taken. So of course, it's not going to like that. It's going to try and get you to hold on to these blocks for dear life, because, you know, as I say, that is its life. The blocks make up its existence. It's just a bunch of crazy thoughts and emotions that really don't serve you in any way, shape, or form. And your only job is to let go of all of it, whatever the block is that shows up. Let it go. Restore your mind to pure formless awareness, to perfect love.
This is why Joshua has given us daily mind training lessons to help us to practice forgiving or letting go of the blocks to the awareness of love's presence as you become aware of them every day and experience the peace, happiness, and other great gifts that discipline in this practice always results in both for you and others.
So it requires a self-discipline. The gifts don't just come. The gifts come when you practice forgiveness or letting go consistently in every circumstance with no exceptions. And then you're starting to transfer. It says transfer your training to all aspects of your life, to every aspect of your life. That's what we're training to do. So there's no exceptions anymore. And that's our learning. So you might find it quite easy to do in some instances. Oh, well, I can let it go and I can be okay. But there's other areas that are sticky. That you can't let it go so easily. And so then those are the areas that you need to pay attention to, and really work on letting go of those sticky blocks, so that this can become all-encompassing. Because the problem is, if one block is real, one block remains in your mind to the awareness of love's presence, then the ego still exists, you see. And the belief in separation is still there in your mind. So every block must go in order to reveal divine love or pure formless awareness. And so you can make no exceptions. If you want the whole thing, if you want full enlightenment, you can make no exceptions. Every block must be undone. And so that's the practice we're doing, and it's quite rigorous and demanding in some ways. It can be like, oh, more letting go. When will this end? Because we've accumulated so many blocks in our many lifetimes. This is our karma, so to speak. Our ego's belief in separations, entrenched kind of patterns of belief and thought and emotion. So these blocks have been accumulated over this life and other lives, and now to undo them is quite a task. And forgiveness or letting go is really the only way you're going to do that. In the end, every spiritual technique, every practice comes down to letting go. Let go of what doesn't serve you. So meditation is a letting go practice, because you're letting go of the busy mind. You're letting go of thoughts and emotions. In the meditation, restoring your mind to a place of calm awareness, just still awareness. That's a letting go practice. Active forgiveness. You look at it, you say, I'm aware of it, you notice the thoughts and emotions, and then you choose to let it go and restore your mind to that awareness. Well, that's another letting go practice. And pretty much every spiritual practice that's ever existed that's been effective has a foundation at the core of it. Its objective is to help you to let go of some kind of mental, emotional thought emotion that really binds your mind. It's not happy. And let go and free your mind. Okay, so any thoughts on that?
No, I think that's clear.
Yeah, nice intro into today's lesson. So actually, let's read the review. It's a good idea, I think. Should we do that?
Okay.
There's a bit of we always include some stuff in there. So there's a bit of translation to do probably when we get to that. So let me go. Book lesson 141 review. Okay, so put it into a document. forgot about the review actually. I thought, oh, well, it'll be really short. But there's a whole review to do in the first one. Okay, so let's going to copy that. Another file. My mind holds only what I think with God. Okay, so do you want to read that, Sue?
Now we review again, this time aware we are preparing for the second part of learning how the truth can be applied. Today we will begin to concentrate on readiness for what will follow next. Such is our aim for this review, for the lessons following. Thus we review the recent lessons and central thoughts in such a way will facilitate this that we would achieve.
Okay, so yeah, just a nice opening saying reviewing again, concentrate on readiness for what will follow next. So saying this is getting us ready, what's to come still in the course, such as our aim, and for the lessons following. We facilitate the readiness that we would now achieve. So giving us a little bit of instruction on the let's just we need to translate any of that maybe. Let's have a look. Now we review again, this time aware we're preparing for the second part of learning how the truth can be applied. I think that's okay. Today we'll begin to concentrate on readiness for what will follow next. Maybe a comma there. Today we will begin to concentrate. A comma there? What do you think?
No, I don't think a comma.
Don't need a comma. Such is our aim for this review. Maybe let's make it simpler. This is our aim for this review and for the lessons following it. Thus we review. Thus is a bit old-fashioned, isn't it? So how about this in this way? In this way, review the recent lessons and their central thoughts in such a way as in this way, right? So we've got then and two in such a way. This is our aim and for the lessons following. And so we review the recent lessons. How about and so we review the recent lessons and their central thoughts in such a way as will facilitate the readiness. So
In order to?
In a way, how about that? In a way that will facilitate the readiness that we want to achieve now. Happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So is John coming back, or do you want to read the next one?
Yeah, he's making some tea, so I'll read the next one.
Okay. Number 2.
There is a central theme that unifies each step in the review we undertake, which can be simply stated in these words: my mind holds only what I think with God. That is a fact and represents the truth of what you are and what your Father is. It is this thought by which the Father gave creation to the Son, establishing the Son as co-creator with himself. It is this thought that fully guarantees salvation to the Son, for in his mind no thoughts can dwell but those his Father shares. Lack of forgiveness blocks this thought from his awareness, yet it is forever true.
Okay, so a bit of translation there required. What I'm going to do is just go to the other one. So we'll just save some time by going replace. So we replace Father with Father is. Do you remember?
Yes.
Father is source. Very small, and Yes, okay, and then sun is extension. And what else was in there? Source extension. Right, so less extensions. We'll have to fix that. Never mind. I might also only want to think with God. God is
Pure formless awareness.
pure formless awareness of perfect love. And what else is going on? Doesn't look like there's too much. Let's just fix this error.
Oh, lessons. That's what it is. Less extensions. It should.
Yes. Yes. Sometimes it makes errors. And 3 replacements. Okay. All right. So then that should save us a bit of time. So in the lessons following, then we got forgiveness here. Hang on. Let's just do forgiveness. Forgiveness is letting go and replace all. Okay, so that should be pretty good. And then replace. There's usually some hymns in there, so we'll do him as it. Replace all. Okay. So let's copy this in, and then if you read the actually John's back, so you can read the alternative. So here we go. So that's the original. So he's just read, and this one's the alternative. So if you read, there is a central theme.
There is a central theme that unifies each step in the review we undertake, which can be simply stated in these words. My mind holds only what I think with pure formless awareness of perfect love. This is a fact, the truth of what you are and what your source is. It is this thought by which the source gave creation to the extension.
I'm just going to zoom in a bit, John. I see you peering in there, so I'll just take it up to 130. Is that easier to read?
Yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah, I'm just curious about number 4 here. It is this thought by which the source gave creation to the extension.
Yeah. Gave creation to the sun. So creation is remember the translation of creation? 2 translations. Extension is the one, but doesn't really.
Yeah.
We've got 2 extensions. They gave
That's the one that's coming to mind. Is this thought by which the source gave?
So what does he mean by creation there?
I think what it means by that is gave birth.
Or gave life, or gave our normal translation for it, creation is beingness. It gave beingness to the extension, establishing the extension as co-creator with itself, co-extender. How about as an extender like itself? So we can extend as our source extends to us. We can extend these thoughts, true thoughts outwards.
Establishing the extension as an extender like itself. Clumsy.
Yeah. So creator as a creator like itself, as an extender like itself, as a establishing the extension as an extender like itself, as any other ideas? As a extender.
But you know,
Maybe.
why just have just establishing the extension like itself?
Well, then you're kind of missing the sense of what he's saying, because as a creator, what he's saying then is the extension, which is our own minds, have this ability to extend love, peace, and joy, like the source, like our source. So it's really the source extending through us.
Yeah.
Extension is in one line. The source and its extension are really not separate, and so it's this continuous extension of love outwards. And so, of course, we must have the same function as the source, because we are exactly like the source. So we must extend as well. So
can we say as an of love? Can we say as an extender of perfect love, like itself?
Yeah. Good.
Yeah, we can. Extender of perfect love, like itself. Yeah. So then maybe it makes a bit more sense. I mean, extender, I'm not sure how else we say that, because otherwise we revert to creator. But the truth is, you're not really creating. You see, that word is problematic for me, because you're not really bringing anything new into being. It's not like we didn't have existence and then we were brought into being. Or now, we're going to bring something into being that wasn't already there. If it's eternal, then by definition, it's always been there. So we're just extending now what was always there, this perfect love that's always been there and always has been, always will be there. So I think it's more accurate than the word creation and creator, which is why we do the translation. Okay, so happy with that one?
Yep. It is this thought that fully guarantees salvation, so awareness to the extension of awakening. It is this thought that fully guarantees awakening to the extension.
So how about fully guarantees? Let's make it, what I'm trying to do, what we're trying to do, is make it more active than passive, because he does a lot of passive tense, doesn't he? Fully guarantees the extension will awaken.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Yeah. So it just becomes active rather than passive.
Yeah.
Guarantees to it. No, it guarantees the extension will awaken. And I mean, you'll know, Sue, I think you're quite into English, aren't you? That active is usually recommended over passive for clarity and brevity. We'll try and do that as much as we can.
Or in his mind. In
his awareness.
His or its.
Yeah, well, guarantees the extension will awaken. That's what we're talking about here. For in, need to be consistent. For in its awareness,
no thoughts can dwell but those its source shares. Lack of letting go blocks this thought from its awareness, yet it is forever true.
Okay, so maybe instead of lack of letting go, it's a bit clumsy. Failure to let go, not letting go.
Resistance.
Resistance to letting go, yeah. Resistance to, that's quite good. Resistance to letting go blocks this thought from its awareness, yet it is forever true. Okay, so you want to read that from the top. Let's just make sure it's all good.
Yeah, okay. That is a fact and represents the truth. There is a central theme that unifies each step in the review we undertake, which can be simply stated in these words. My mind holds only what I think with pure formless awareness of perfect love. That is a fact and represents the truth of what you are and what your source is. It is this thought by which the source gave beingness to the extension, establishing the extension as an extender of perfect love like itself. It is this thought that fully guarantees the extension will awaken. For in its awareness, no thoughts can dwell but those its source shares. Resistance to letting go blocks this thought from its awareness, yet it is forever true.
Yeah. Happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Want to give a little summary? What is he saying there?
It's what's it saying? It's saying love forever extends through us, and resistance to that will block it. Our resistance to that will block it.
So we have the same power as the source. The source extends to our minds, our awareness, and then we can extend that in turn. So really, it's the source extending through us. I mean, we become the instrument of source extending into to the world. And this thought that fully guarantees the extension will awaken. My mind holds only what I think, with pure formless awareness of perfect love. If that's true, then we are awake in love. We're awake in this truth, transcendent truth, and ultimately our minds will restore to that state. There will be nothing else. No illusions will remain. There will just be pure formless awareness of perfect love. But if you resist letting go of these blocks, then our awareness of our source is blocked. It is forever true. Okay, happy with that?
Yep.
Okay, so let's go. Let us begin our perception. I don't think that's probably going to need any training and change, but let's see. So, oops. Sue, if you actually, it's probably John again because Sue read the first one. So, do you want to do this one, John?
Let us begin our preparation with some understanding of the many forms in which the lack of true forgiveness may be carefully concealed. Because they are illusions, they are not perceived to be but what they are. Defenses that protect your unforgiving thoughts from being seen and recognized. Their purpose is to show you something else and hold correction off through self-deceptions made to take its place.
Okay, so maybe a little bit of translation required there. So begin our preparation with some understanding the many forms in which lack of true forgiveness, the lack of
Through letting go.
No, I might actually have done this already. Let's just see if we can save some time. No.
In which the lack of true letting go may be carefully concealed. Because they are illusions, they are not perceived to be but what they are. Defenses that protect your unforgiving thoughts from being seen and recognized.
Just going to send a really there, what they really are, instead of the but.
Okay. Yeah,
Answers will make that English spelling. Protect your unforgiving thoughts from being seen and recognized.
their purpose is to show you something else and hold correction off through self-deceptions made to take its place.
Hold corrections off. Now, hold corrections off. Hold correction off. And stop you letting go, maybe. Instead of hold correction off, stop. Stop you from letting go. Self-deceptions made to take its place. Purpose is to show you, because they're illusions. Lack of true letting go may be carefully concealed. Stop you from letting go through the self-deceptions made to take its place. Talking about the letting go there. And unforgiving. I'm not sure we ever came up. Translation for unforgiving isn't that easy, is it? Protect your. I think maybe just negative. What do you think? Negative thoughts.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
That's what he means. Negative thoughts from being seen and recognized. Purpose is to show you something else. Stop you. That doesn't need a comment. From letting go through self-deceptions made to take its place. I think that's okay. Do you want to read it from the top?
Let us begin our preparation with some understanding of the many forms in which the lack of true letting go may be carefully concealed. Because they are illusions, they are not perceived to be what they really are. Defenses that protect your negative thoughts from being seen and recognized. Their purpose is to show you something else and stop you from letting go through deceptions made to take its place. The second part of that last sentence is their purpose is to show you something else and stop you from letting go of self-deceptions.
Stop you from letting go
Of
through self-deception. What he's saying is that the self-deception block the letting go.
Yeah.
So you have certain self-concepts, false ideas, beliefs that stop you from letting go, and those beliefs.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah. Okay.
But we could translate to stop you from letting go of self-deceptions made to take its place. I mean, that does make sense.
Yeah.
You think that's better? From letting go of self-deceptions made to take its place.
Yeah.
That's true. What do you think, Sue?
I think that changes the meaning.
Slightly, yeah, it does.
Because he's saying that we're using self-deceptions. We're not letting go of self-deceptions.
Ultimately stop you from. Ultimately, you want to let go of the self-deceptions, as well. So the self-deceptions then simply just seem to justify. So a false belief. Let's say you believe you're a victim, then that self-deception will then cause you various negative thoughts and emotions, and that's going to seemingly stop you from letting go, because your self-concept won't allow you to let go, because your victim identity is being threatened. Ultimately, what you want to do is let go of all the self-deceptions. You want to let go of the belief that you're a victim. So it still makes sense, but if you want to keep the original sense, then we just go through. What do you think? Leave it as through?
Well, of is simpler, clearer.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely, it is. Yeah. So ultimately, that's what you are trying to do. You're trying to let go of the self-deceptions. A negative thought is a self-deception related to a self-concept. So I think that's what he's sort of meaning. He's alluding to the self-concept, self-deceptions. What do you believe about yourself? What do you believe about the world made to take its place? Those self-deceptions will stop you from letting go. So through self-deceptions made to take its place. So those self-deceptions take the place of letting go. But simplicity, from stop you from letting go of self-deceptions is very direct. Whoops. Yeah, I quite like of, so that's my vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Done then. Okay, and number 4.
And yet your mind holds only what you think with God. Your self-deceptions cannot take the place of truth, no more than can a child who throws a stick into the ocean change the coming and the going of the tides, the warming of the water by the sun, the silver of the moon on it by night. So do we start each practice period in this review with readying our minds to understand the lessons that we read and see the meaning that they offer us.
Okay, so let's go into here. I'm just going to change see, we'll change to perceive. 3 replacements. Okay, so where are we? Number 4. Okay. So if you read the alternative below it.
Yet your mind holds only what you think with pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yes, let's translate. Yet your awareness
holds only what you think with pure formless awareness of perfect love. Your self-deceptions cannot take the place of truth, no more than can a child who throws a stick into the ocean change the coming and the going of the tides, the warming of the water by the sun, the silver of the moon on it by night. So do we start each practice period in this review with readying our minds to understand the lessons that we read and perceive the meaning that they offer us.
Understand as lessons what we read. How about and the meaning that they have. Understand the lessons that we read, and or just even shorter, and their meaning, their true meaning. Happy with that?
Yep.
Okay, so do we start? So we start each practice period in this review with readying our minds to understand the lessons that we read and their true meaning. Yeah, so pretty simple. You want to summarize that? What is he saying here?
Well, he's repeating that our awareness holds only what we think with pure formless awareness of perfect love. And whatever way we're trying to deceive ourselves are not going to change the truth.
And so we practice just reading our minds to understand lessons and their true meaning. Nice analogies used, nice imagery. No more than can a child who throws a stick into the ocean change the coming and the going of the tides, the warming of the water by the sun, the silver of the moon, or by night. So using an analogy to our experience in this world, saying, you can't really change the oceans and the tides and the sun and the moon. These just happen. In the same way, the truth is true, and whatever you think you've done to change it really has no effect. You can't throw a stick into the ocean and think that's going to change the coming and the going of the tides. So your resistance is futile. Your resistance is like a stick in the ocean. And, that's actually made no change to the ocean at all. Which is quite a nice image to remind ourselves just how futile is resistance. It would be like saying, well, I'll stand in the ocean and I'll try and stop the tide coming in. To resist awakening is the same sort of futile exercise, really. Okay, so happy with that one. Moving swiftly on to number 5. Begin each day. You read that, John?
Begin each day with time devoted to the preparation of your mind to learn what each idea you will review that day can offer you in freedom and in peace.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't do that.
Open your mind and clear it of all thoughts that would deceive, and let this thought alone engage it fully and remove the rest. My mind holds only what I think with God. Five minutes with this thought will be enough to set the day along the lines which God appointed, and to place his mind in charge of all the thoughts you will receive that day.
Okay, so translating that to go view 100%. Okay, so just read the translation, see if we need to change anything else.
Begin each day with time devoted to the preparation of your mind to learn what each idea you will receive that day can offer you in freedom and in peace. Open your mind and clear it of all thoughts. Open your
awareness, maybe?
Open your awareness and clear it of all thoughts that would deceive, and let this thought alone engage it fully and remove the rest. My mind holds only what I think with pure formless awareness of perfect love. 5 minutes with this thought will be enough to set the day along the lines which pure formless awareness of perfect love appointed, and to place his mind in charge of all the thoughts you will receive that day, this day.
And to place its mind, so to place its mind in charge, to allow its mind to its mind or its awareness to allow this awareness to direct. This awareness to direct all the thoughts you will receive that day, all the thoughts you all the thoughts you have, all the thoughts you think, all the thoughts you have, all the thoughts you think, all the thoughts you think that day.
Yeah. Is it that day or this day? It's this day, isn't it?
Well, that day, because he's referring to there's 10 review lessons. So
Oh,
whichever day, and in the next 10 days, all the thoughts you think that day. I think needs to be. Okay, you want to read it from the top, make sure it makes sense, and then summarize it.
Begin each day with time devoted to preparation of your mind to learn what each idea you review that day can offer you in freedom and in peace. Open your awareness and clear it of all thoughts that would deceive, and let this thought alone engage it fully and remove the rest. My mind holds only what I think with pure fullness, awareness of perfect love. 5 minutes with this thought will be enough to set the day along the lines which pure fullness, awareness of perfect love appointed, and to allow this awareness to direct all the thoughts you think that day.
Okay. Yeah, happy with that. Appointed, maybe. Just thinking maybe we can change that along the lines of pure formless awareness of perfect love. Intends.
Yeah.
Love intends, and to allow this awareness lines that. Pure formless awareness of perfect love intends, and to allow this awareness to direct all the thoughts you think that day. I think that's clear.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Now, summarize that. Pretty simple.
Take time each day to focus on the message for the day, and take time and open your awareness to the message of the day.
Let this one thought just direct all of your thoughts. So by saying, my mind holds only what I think with your formless awareness of perfect love, it starts to direct your thinking for the entire day. So,
yeah.
Kind of the master thought that then guides the rest of the thoughts that you have. Okay, they will not come from you alone.
They will not come from you alone, for they will all be shared with him. And so each one will bring the message of his love to you, returning messages of yours to him. So will communion with the Lord of hosts be yours, as he himself has willed it be. And as his own completion joins with him, so will he join with you who are complete, as you unite with him and he with you.
Okay, so here we go. To read the translation, we need to do a bit of work on this.
Yeah. They will not. What is the they in this that we're talking about? They will not from you alone.
They might come from you alone means the thoughts, I think. But direct all the thoughts you think that day. They, the thoughts. But if you want to clarify it, we could say these thoughts.
Thoughts, yeah.
These thoughts.
These thoughts will not come from you alone, for they will all be shared with
well, with pure formless awareness of perfect love, maybe that needs to be in there, doesn't it? Because otherwise, Pure formless awareness of perfect love.
So each one will bring a message of its love to you, returning messages of yours to it.
A lot of this love.
Each one will bring the message of this love to you, returning messages of yours to your formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah, I think to it can work there. It's love to you, returning message of yours to it. Yeah.
Okay. So communion with the Lord of Hosts.
Lord of Hosts, that's a new one. I don't think you've used that before. He throws in sometimes these Lord of Hosts, okay? All right then. The Lord of Hosts is referring to, again, pure formless awareness of perfect love. So we'll communion with this Lord of Hosts. It's kind of the highest awareness, with this highest awareness. Maybe? Lord, highest awareness?
Yeah.
Yours? As it itself. As it as world it be.
Yeah.
I don't think we need the it itself. As it has willed it to be. Does it carry on?
Completion joins with it. So will it's joined with you. Oh, this is just too complicated. There's too many it's in it.
Too many it. Well, the it is just referring to this awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love. So as its own completion joins with itself. How about that? Its own completion joins with itself.
So will it join with you, who are complete, as you unite with it. And
it with you. So we're all one. It's one awareness. It's actually very simple. But he uses the language and it just kind of plays with your brain, your mind a bit, doesn't it? It's like, oh, okay, so what is he actually saying? He's saying is there's one awareness. And this awareness is your awareness. And the only purpose is in this world is so that is to merge your awareness with this awareness. And so this awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love, ultimate awareness, highest awareness. How about higher ultimate awareness? This ultimate awareness. Because this is the ultimate end of awareness. You remain in pure formless awareness, perfect love. With this ultimate awareness be yours, and this ultimate awareness joins with you, who are complete as you unite with it and it with you. So the whole task of any mind that's seemingly separated from this awareness is to join with this awareness and allow this awareness to become its own awareness. That's the uniting with it and it with you.
okay, that's good.
Yeah, kind of did the summary there for you. Do you want to add anything else?
So when you prepare yourself for the lesson, your thoughts will come from pure formless awareness of perfect love. And you will be in perfect communion with ultimate awareness.
Yeah, great. So John, next one.
After your preparation, merely read each of the 2 ideas assigned to you to be reviewed that day. Then close your eyes and say them slowly to yourself. There is no hurry now, for you are using time for its intended purpose. Let each word shine with the meaning God has given it, given to you through his voice. Let each idea which you review that day give you the gift that he has laid in it for you to have of him. And we will use no format for our practicing but this.
And I think we're missing something there. So just I'm going to grab that. My mind holds only what I think with God. Just repeats it. And that'll be, so let's just check the original, make sure we not, that's interesting. Huh. I think this might be an error actually. We're practicing but this. Maybe
the next verse is
each hour of the day bring to your mind. Yeah, okay. So see what he's doing. It's kind of a colon into another paragraph. That's a bit weird, but anyway, I guess we'll go with it. So let's just see if we can do a translation of this. Okay, so you want to read it again? There's a couple of things to translate there.
After your preparation, merely read each of the 2 ideas assigned to you to be reviewed that day. Then close your eyes and say them slowly to yourself. There is no hurry now, for you are using time for its intended purpose. Let each word shine from the meaning pure formless awareness of perfect love has given it, as it was given to you through its voice. Let each idea which you review that day give you the gift that it has laid in it for you to have. And we will use no format for our practicing but this.
Yeah, it is laid in it. There's a better way of saying it. Give you the gift that it is laid in it for you to have of it. Give you the gift that it has laid in it. It has you to have of it. It is give you the gift that it has given you. Give you the gift that it has given you through the lesson. How about that? It's a bit simpler.
Yeah.
They give you the gift that it has given you through the lesson. And we will use no format for our practicing but this. Okay, happy with that? Any summary of that? Anything strike you there?
Yeah. Read the 2 ideas for the day. Take them on board and allow them to integrate into you.
Yeah, so just kind of give yourself over and let the words and the meaning behind the words come to you. Kind of a surrendered way. He's actually instructing us how to practice here. So don't force it. Don't try and understand. Just go into a state of mind where you're open and receptive, and allow the words to kind of reveal a meaning to you that's waiting for you. Okay, and then each hour of the day.
Each hour of the day, bring to your mind the thought with which the day began and spend a quiet moment with it. Then repeat the 2 ideas you practice for the day unhurriedly, with time enough to see the gifts that they contain for you, and let them be received where they were meant to be.
Okay, Pretty simple. Anything need to change there?
I don't think so.
Practice to practice, with time enough to see the gifts. With enough time, maybe. Each hour of the day, bring to your mind the thought with which the day began. Bring to your awareness spend a quiet moment with it. So this is the key idea. Maybe the main thought. So the day began and spend a quiet moment with it. So just bring it to mind. This my mind holds only what I think with God. I think with pure formless awareness of perfect love. Then repeat the two ideas you practice for the day unhurriedly. Just giving enough. Spending enough time see the gifts that they contain for you to experience, maybe instead of see, to experience. Experience the gifts that they contain for you and let them be received where they were meant to be. And let them be received. Experience the gifts that they contain for you and be received where they were meant to be. Let them be received into your awareness. Let them be a bit clumsy, maybe. Let them be where they were meant to be. I think let's leave the original. The translation's any better. Okay, you want to read that from the top?
Each hour of the day, bring to your awareness the main thought with which the day began and spend a quiet moment with it. Then repeat the two ideas you practice for the day unhurriedly, spending enough time to experience the gifts that they contain for you and let them be received where they were meant to be.
Allow them to be received where they were meant to be. Okay, happy with that? Any comments? I mean, that's just simple instruction on how to practice it. Just spend some time with the key idea, spend some time with the other ideas, and just allow an experience to arise. So more peace, more joy, and whatever else you happen to experience each hour of the day.
Be allow them to be received where they were meant to be.
Yeah. Happy with that? All right, so number 9.
We had no other thoughts, but let these be the messages they are. We need no more than this to give us happiness and rest, an endless, quiet, perfect certainty, and all our Father wills that we receive as the inheritance we have of Him. Each day of practicing, as we review, we close as we began, repeating first the thought that made the day a special time of blessing and of happiness for us, and through our faithfulness restored the world from darkness to the light, from grief to joy, from pain to peace, from sin to holiness.
Okay, let's go grab translation. We had no other thoughts, but let these be the messages they are. And allow these. Let these or allow these. Let these be the messages they are. I think that's okay. Want to carry on?
God offers thanks to you who practice.
No, we need no more. We're just translating this.
Okay. Where are we?
We need no more.
Right. We need no more than this to give us happiness and rest, and endless quiet, perfect certainty, and all our source wills that we receive as the inheritance we have of it.
I would say from it.
Each day of practicing as we review, we close as we began, repeating first the thought that made the day a special time of blessing and of happiness for us, and through our faithfulness restored the world from darkness to the light, from grief to joy, from pain to peace, from sin to wholeness.
That needs a comma there. Through our faithfulness. Restored the world from darkness. Where we translate darkness.
Unawareness.
Yeah, limited awareness. I think that's normally what we say. From limited awareness to
the light, from limited awareness to true awareness.
From grief to joy, from pain to peace, from still sin to holiness. You know what we use as holiness?
Remembrance of oneness.
To
full awareness.
Okay, so you want to, any comments on that? Anything stand out for you there?
No, it's pretty clear, I think.
Okay, so give a little summary of it.
Yeah. So we begin the day with the lesson and let it sink in, and do the same in the evening.
And let it do its work through these simple lessons. Restore our minds from this limited awareness to true awareness, from all the pain, the grief, the pain, the sin, to joy, peace, and whole awareness.
I do find it does work like that, actually. It is good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mind training course that works. If you do it and you practice, you can't help but receive benefits on some level. You know, you might be very blocked and stuck, but on some level, there's a letting go, there's an undoing, and you will experience more joy, more peace. You know, no one can be unaffected by these lessons completely. I've never had someone who comes in and goes, okay, there's no impact. They definitely do have an impact on the mind, and they do change your state. They change your state of mind. Just these simple ideas and spending time with them in a meditative way, contemplate. Basically, what he's given us here, the lessons, are a meditative practice focused on ideas.
Yeah.
Your mantra for the day is the idea, which has meaning. A lot of, say the Eastern traditions, they give you a mantra that doesn't mean anything. And they just want you to blank your mind. He's saying, okay, so you're going to focus, it's concentrated, focused attention and awareness on a particular idea. And then from that focused awareness, you might go into an expansive awareness where you're no longer particularly thinking about that idea, but the idea was an opening into that more expanded awareness. If you look at how the yogic tradition is structured, the 8 limbs of yoga. You get dharana, which is the 6th limb, and that's focused meditation. So you focus on one thing, like a candle flame or a mantra or something, and then it takes the mind into a focused awareness. So you're not thinking about lots of things. There's only one focus to awareness. And then from dharana, you move into dhyana, which is a deeper contemplative kind of meditation, where you're really just aware of awareness, where you're just sitting in this, you're being in this awareness without really conscious thought. You don't need to focus your mind on anything. So what he's really doing is he's saying, okay, well, let's focus your mind, because it's so distractible, on one thing, one idea, or in this case, 3 ideas. There's a it's because it's a review lesson, but normally it's one idea, and then that focused awareness. If you stay in that, you maybe start having more of these experiences of just being in this awareness without the idea. The idea is just a portal into this higher awareness, into pure formless awareness of perfect life. So do you see the methodology? It's like focus on the idea so that you can open into this expansive awareness. Where ultimately, in Revelation and in heaven, you don't need these ideas. These ideas are just signposts. They're tools that are useful to help us to get into this awareness in this time-space illusion. And ultimately, they'll drop away and you'll just be resting in pure formless awareness. There's no tools required. There's no pointers. There's no signposts required when you're at the destination already. But this is all signposts he's giving us to accelerate our journey to the ultimate destination. Okay, happy with number 10, number 9, so last one. God, thanks. Do you want to read that, Sue?
God offers thanks to you who practice thus the keeping of his word. And as you give your mind to the ideas for the day again before you sleep, his gratitude surrounds you in the peace wherein he wills you be forever, and are learning now to claim again as your inheritance.
Okay, so a little translation of that. Read the translation.
Pure formless awareness of perfect love offers thanks to you who practice thus the keeping of his word.
It's keeping of its. Thanks to you who practice thus, who practice the keeping of its word. Thus is very old-fashioned. We'll take that out. Keeping of its word in this way. And the keeping of its word, who practice, I tell you what, receiving its message.
Is that really true, John? Offers thanks.
Your formless awareness of perfect love offers thanks. Well, again, it's personalizing this presence, which is not personal, but he does this from time to time. He personalizes and said, "Oh well, it's giving you thanks." So just to encourage us, really, to motivate us to do it. Offers thanks to you, practice receiving its message in this way. So pure formless awareness of perfect love offers thanks, so we'll give you gratitude. Bring gratitude into your mind. Offers thanks. It's kind of changing the sense of it. No, it's not ultimately true. It's not like some awareness then says, oh well, thank you. Like it's more of a an awakening to this expansive, perfect love awareness, in which is peace and love and joy and gratitude. It is all in that. So offers thanks to you, offers an expanded experience to you, offers perfect love, give you an expanded experience. When you practice receiving its message in this way, we'll give you we'll bring an expanded experience.
Yeah.
There's a sense of it a bit, but do you think that's better?
Yeah.
Because that's really what he's meaning. It's going to give you, some expanded, enlightened, open experience. Give you an expanded experience when you practice receiving its message in this way. That's really what he means. Okay, and as you give your mind to the ideas for the day, as you give your mind to, as you hold the ideas for the day in your awareness, again before you sleep, hold the ideas for the day in your awareness, again before you sleep. Its gratitude surrounds you. And the peace wherein it wills you be forever, and are learning now to claim again as your inheritance.
Yeah.
Happy with that? Does that need any change? We're in it. It wills you be forever. Gratitude is rising the peace wherein it wills you be forever. It helps you to be forever. Wills, helps, it intends. Peace wherein it intends. The peace it intends, or the peace it will lead you to experience. It will peace it will lead you to experience, or it will bring into your experience. It will help you experience. Your experience forever, and are learning now to claim again as your inheritance. Oh. What do you think? Will bring into your experience?
Actually, it's Sue's part.
Sue?
Yeah,
What do you think?
I'm fine with that.
You want to read it from the top? Let's just make sure we're okay.
Pure formless awareness of perfect love will give you an expanded experience when you practice receiving its message this way. And as you hold ideas for the day in your awareness again before you sleep, its gratitude to you in the peace it will bring into your experience forever, and are learning now to claim again as your inheritance.
Okay, so any summary of that? Thoughts on that? What's he saying?
When you do the lesson in this way, you will Receive an expanded experience.
And you will experience peace. That's what he's holding out to us, a deep peace, which it intends forever. So the peace of God surpasses all understanding. Will start to arise in your awareness. Okay, so happy with that. I think given a little, overall it's just instruction on practice, and he's saying practice well, and you will have some great gifts, some great benefits, and expanded experience. Peace will arise in your awareness every hour when you practice it. So practice well. Okay, so shall we just have a look at the main lesson then? And maybe I'll guide you into a little meditation because it's very short. So you just read those key ideas, John, and then if you like, I'll take you into meditation on it.
Yeah, my mind holds only what I think with God. My mind holds only what I think with love. Forgiveness, letting go, is the key to happiness. Forgiveness, letting go, offers everything I want.
Well, so these were just previous lessons. Forgiveness or letting go, very simple, is the key to happiness, and it offers everything I want. So my mind holds only what I think with God, but if it seems to hold anything else, then letting go is the key to restoring my mind to thinking only the thoughts with God or love. Offers everything I want. It's the key to happiness. It's the key to this pure formless awareness of perfect love. I think maybe actually in the future ones, I'm just going to translate it as the whole thing. Do you think that would be helpful? Because we did it in the introduction. Mind holds only what I think with pure formless awareness of perfect love. Would that be helpful? If it was the whole thing rather than just love.
Well, I think it matches what we've done in the introduction.
Yeah, so you need to keep consistent. Okay, I'll do that from tomorrow because we've got 9 more lessons. So any thoughts on these 2 review lessons?
I find the main statement really quite powerful, really.
My mind
holds only what I think with God. When I've been doing that today, it just, or when I've found myself thinking egoic type thoughts or just kind of irrelevant thoughts, it's just nice to come back to that, because it's just a reminder that all other thoughts are completely worthless and don't serve any purpose. Don't serve any purpose. So they're not actually worth bothering with.
Yeah, very good. So that's what these ideas are there for, to make you realize, actually, my mind holds only what I think with God, and I'm thinking something else. Then I'm delusional. So let me come back to this pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is to think only with God.
So I'm wasting time when I'm spending.
Yeah, all of this thought. You think how many thoughts we think in a day, and if they're not coming from God or love, then it's all just useless mind activity. That's perpetuating an illusion about yourself that's keeping you bound in time and space. My mind holds only what I think with God is restoring a mind to this true awareness. Any thoughts on that, Sue? Or should we just go into a meditation?
Yeah, let's go through meditation.
Okay, no problem. So just making yourself comfortable.
I'll be standing up, John.
No problem. Put you on mute. You want to mute yourself, Sue?
Yeah.
So just sitting or standing comfortably, each shoulder width apart, back straight, cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes, and start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. So you're breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises, and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Clenching the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. Drawing the energy up the spine into your heart center. Putting one hand on your heart, connecting with your heart space. And drawing it all the way up into the crown of your head. Pausing at the top of the inhale. So scan your mind, notice any thoughts, any emotions, any sensations going on. Anything that feels difficult, negative, contracted, constricting, limiting in any way, shape or form. And you just breathe into that. And some space, some light. You visualize light. You can imagine light flowing into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. Raise the light up to your heart center. You can put one hand on your heart to connect with your heart space. And draw it all the way up the spine into the crown of your head. Just pausing at the top of the inhale. Scan your mind, notice any thoughts, any emotions, any sensations going on, particularly anything that feels negative, limited, contracted, constricted in any way, shape or form. Breathe in. And just feel that dissipating with the help of these ideas. So today's key idea is my mind holds only what I think with God or love. Mind holds only what I think with pure formless awareness of perfect love. And then remind yourself that forgiveness or letting go is the key to happiness. Without letting go, you cannot be happy. All the limited thoughts, emotions that constitute the ego seem to occupy your mind, seem to cover over the awareness of perfect love, pure formless awareness of perfect love. So forgiveness or letting go offers everything I want. With that, exhale. So a sense of letting go with the help of the idea in your breath, any limited awareness, any dark thoughts, emotions, sensations in the body that reflect these, just releasing it. Letting it all go into the nothingness that it really is. Follow stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And just rest. And this true awareness. Bottom of the exhale. The gap, the opening into pure formless awareness. Take that gap, just let it extend out, expand into your mind, bringing a spacious, expanded experience of love and peace and joy into your awareness. And then just rest in that awareness for a few minutes. So you know where else to go, and there's nothing else to do, and there's nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, and be still. And surrender into this awareness. The next few minutes of deep silence. Let your mind hold only what you think with God, love, pure formless awareness, perfect love. And so it is. The next couple of minutes of deep silence. If any other thoughts seem to intrude, thoughts that are not coming from pure formless awareness of perfect love, just observe them and remind yourself that my mind holds only what I think, with pure formless awareness of perfect love. Forgiveness is the key to happiness. Letting go is the key to happiness, and letting go offers everything I want. So just blow these negative thoughts away like dark clouds, the breeze of your breath, leaving you going, gone into the nothingness they really are. And you pull the lower stomach into the spine and you expel the last remaining air out. And you rest in this pure, formless awareness of perfect love for another minute or two of deep, peaceful silence. And so just gently coming back, this deep state of awareness, into an awareness of the body, and the breath, and the senses, and the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how your stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Clench the sphincter muscle. Notice how the energy rises up the spine into your heart center and on up into upper back and into the crown of your head. Another sip of air in. At the top of the inhale, just pause and
Observe thoughts, any thoughts and emotions going on. Particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way, shape or form. Breathe into it. Create some spacious awareness around it. And say to yourself, my mind holds only what I think is God or pure, formless awareness of perfect love. It's all that my mind holds. If there's anything else there, remind yourself that you can let it go, and that forgiveness or letting go is the key to happiness and offers you everything you want. With that, exhale. Blow it all away with the breeze of your breath. Imagine it's like a dark cloud leaving you. Focus on the breath. Notice the breath flowing out, the chest and the stomach suck back in. Follow the stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And just rest in your formless awareness of perfect love. The gap between breaths for a few moments. Notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground. Notice what you're feeling with your hands touching. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth, a smell in your nose. And notice what you're hearing in the surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things from this very still, calm and surrendered state of mind. Just be aware of what's going on in the room, the sounds, smells, you're touching, feeling. And now, on the count of 3, what you're looking at, open your eyes. Just take a minute to look around, observe various objects in the room around you. From the same state of awareness, your mind holds only what you think with God or pure formless awareness of perfect love. So, can't really judge or label or interpret anything. It's just this underlying awareness that you're aware of. And it doesn't matter what you're looking at. Your eyes rest randomly on a few objects for a second or two at a time. Move on to another one. Notice that this underlying awareness is the constant. It's always there. Without any judgment of these objects, without any thoughts about them, you start to recognize that you have one awareness, which is the aim of this lesson, to recognize that your mind holds only what you think with this awareness, this pure, formless awareness of perfect love. So I hope you've experienced that quite deeply over the last 24 minutes. That brings us to the end of the meditation. So, Sue and John, do you want to continue with doing the text, or is it too late for you?
It is getting late, John.
Do you want to do a bit, or do you want to call it quits now?
I'd like to do a bit.
Okay.
Which one are we on?
We're on section 5 of chapter 17, called the healed relationship.
Oh, yeah.
A good one, actually. Some good stuff in it. I just read it earlier. So, well, we'll see how we go. You know, if you want to call it, it's 15 paragraphs, so we're probably not going to get to the end, but we'll see. You know, just let me know when you want to call it. Okay. So yeah, the healed relationship. This one is called. It's all about the holy relationship and the unholy relationship, and how to transform the one to the other. So
I'm done for now, Jono.
okay.
I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks for joining, Sue. Yeah. So we got tomorrow afternoon at 12:30. If you can make it, join. Okay. So John, just the two of us. We'll see. Maybe we do a couple of paragraphs.
Yeah. The holy relationship is the expression of the holy instant in living in this world. Like everything about salvation, the holy instant is a practical device, witnessed to by its results. The holy instant never fails. The experience of it is always felt, yet without expression, it is not remembered. The holy relationship is a constant reminder of the experience in which the relationship became what it is. And as the unholy relationship is a continuing hymn of hate in praise of its maker, so is the holy relationship a happy song to praise to the Redeemer of relationships.
Okay. So a bit of translation to do there.
Yeah.
Done some already. So you want to read the translation?
Yeah. The holy aware relationship is the expression of the wholly aware instant in living in this world.
Well, it's the holy instant, but I've just realized last time we had the holy instant. We translated it as the now.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, good.
Do you like that?
I do like that, yeah. The holy aware relationship is the expression of the now in living in this world. Like everything about awakening.
I'm just going to change that to when living in this world, because then you got two ends, in living in this world. I think that's a bit better. Okay.
Wholly aware relationship expression now when living in this world. Like everything about awakening, the wholly aware instant is a practical device.
Call this the now. The holy instant, because that's really what he's talking about. The holy instant.
Yeah. No, I like that. Yeah.
It's very simple. It's just the now moment.
Like everything about awakening, the now is a practical device, witnessed to by its results. The wholly aware instant never fails. The experience of it is always felt. Yet without expression, it is not remembered. The now, the wholly aware relationship is a constant reminder of the experience in which the relationship became what it is. And as the unaware relationship is a continuing hymn of hate in praise of its maker, so is the wholly aware relationship a happy song of praise to the
Redeemer
of relationships. Trying to think of a better word for redeemer.
Yeah, to the Savior, Awakener, to the Yeah, maybe just Redeemer. I can't think of anything. Awakener doesn't really work. To the Healer, maybe? Healer?
Yeah.
That could work. Yeah, Healer of relationships.
Relationships. Yeah.
Healer of relationships. I think that's makes it maybe more tangible and practical. Okay, do you want to read it from the top?
A wholly aware relationship is the expression of the now when living in this world. Like everything about awakening, the now is a practical device witnessed to by its results. The now never fails. The experience of it is always felt. Yet without expression, it is not remembered. A wholly aware relationship is a constant reminder of the experience in which the relationship became what it is. And as the unaware relationship is a continuing hymn of hate in praise of its maker, so is the wholly aware relationship a happy song of praise to the healer of relationships.
Okay, so any thoughts on that?
Well, I very much like the translation, actually.
Good. And the meaning of it? So what is he saying there, really?
Is saying that the wholly aware relationship is a constant expression of true love compared to the unhealed relationship, which is a constant source of pain and upset.
Hymn of hate, which is quite poetic. I think we should keep that. I quite like that. Hymn of hate in praise of its maker. So is the holy or a happy song of praise to the healer of relationships. So for me, it's making the connection there between the holy instant or the now and the holy relationship, the holy aware relationship. Is so in the now we can experience the truth that redeems or heals that relationship, the truth that we are one, that really any separation, any conflict and pain and suffering that unholy relationship has brought us is all let go of in the now, in the holy instant. And in that moment, it becomes wholly aware. It becomes a wholly aware relationship. Okay, so both parties to it have had this transformational experience and insight into this deeper realm. But the now, the holy instant is really just a portal to eternity. So in this world, now is the closest approximation of eternity. It's a portal to this eternal state. So through really being in the now and connecting with what the now represents in this world, the eternal pure formless awareness of perfect love, that brings an experience into the mind that can heal that relationship for both parties. And then the unholy relationship, the unaware relationship, is a continuing hymn of hate in praise of its maker, which is the ego, the belief in separation. So is the holy aware relationship a happy song of praise to the healer of relationships. All happening through the now moment. So quite an interesting connection between the now and the holy relationship.
Yeah, I think it's very concise and clear, actually.
Yeah, it is. So I guess we can move on then to number 2. If you want to read.
The holy relationship, a major step toward the perception of the real world, is learned. It is the old unholy relationship transformed and seen anew. The holy relationship is a phenomenal teaching accomplishment. In all its aspects, as it begins, develops, and becomes accomplished, It represents the reversal of the unholy relationship. Be comforted in this. The only difficult phase is the beginning. For here, the goal of the relationship is abruptly shifted to the exact opposite of what it was. This is the first result of offering the relationship to the Holy Spirit to use for His purposes.
Okay.
The wholly aware relationship, a major step toward the perception of the real world, is learned. It is the old unaware relationship transformed and seen anew. Wholly aware.
I think seen should be perceived.
The wholly aware relationship is a phenomenal teaching accomplishment. All its aspects, as it begins, develops, and becomes accomplished, it represents the reversal of the unaware relationship.
I'm going to change that to is accomplished.
Be comforted in this. The only difficult phase is the beginning. Here, goal of the relationship is abruptly shifted to the exact opposite of what it was. This is the first result of offering the relationship to the remembrance of perfect love to use for its purposes.
Okay. So any thoughts on that?
I think number 5 is interesting, actually. Be comforted in this. The only official difficult phase is the beginning. The goal of the relationship is abruptly shifted to the exact opposite of what it was. I think that's very pertinent. I think that's a key sentence in this one. Because it's pointing to the abrupt change that has to happen to shift the unaware relationship to the wholly aware one.
Yeah. Abruptly shifted. So it's a change in goal, a change in purpose, and it's an abrupt shift.
And can be witnessed as in, divorce, temporary separation.
Yeah, I mean, it actually explains here what can happen, because suddenly the old purpose is no longer valid. It's been seen by ideally both partners, but sometimes it's only one partner that sees this, and then the old purpose, the unholy purpose, which is really just to perpetuate the ego's belief in separation and really cause endless pain and suffering and misery, is suddenly seen as this is just crazy and not valid at all. The goal should be holiness. The goal should be love. The goal should be awakening. See, the holy relationship is really dedicated to awakening for both people.
Yeah.
Both will come to the awareness of pure formless awareness, of perfect love, and the relationship is one of the key ways that they do that. So the healing of the relationship becomes the opening into pure formless awareness of perfect love. And this is what the holy relationship means. So there's a lot of emphasis, and you'll see in the next since chapter 15, there's been a lot of emphasis on relationships, the unholy relationship versus the special relationship, because he's saying, well, this is a major area where the ego has a grip in your mind. In fact, it's probably arguably the major area of egoic attachment, the special relationship to particularly a special romantic partner, but the special relationship encompasses family relationships, biological family relationships, any relationship where you define a person as somehow more special to you and you as more special to them than everyone else. This is the special relationship. So it plays out in many ways in our lives. You know, we're born into special relationships. We have special relationships with our parents to start with, and our siblings, and then our extended family, and then we seek special relationships with another person to unite in what we call marriage, and then, you know, pick out a special partner. And all of it is, if it's been used for the ego's purposes, is really unholy, and it's just doing one thing. It's perpetuating everyone's sense of being a separate identity, a separate self. That's what the unholy relationship is dedicated to. And then, you know, as part of spiritual awakening, you go, well, this is often, you know, through a lot of pain, you recognize that, you know, this is not a purpose you want anymore. You know, it shifts to the exact opposite of what it was. So it shifts from being about separation and all the pain and suffering that this entails to being about unity and love and peace and joy. And so, you know, there's a diametrically opposed purpose that happens when we offer the relationship to remembrance of perfect love to use for its purposes. So if one or both parties start to awaken, then it's inevitably going to change the relationship, because they would have to, if they're integrating their awakening into their whole life, they'd say, well, I can't leave my relationship out of it. In fact, my relationship's a major area where this remembrance of perfect love needs to be applied.
Yeah.
And I need to use the relationship for that purpose. Okay, so any other thoughts on that? You want to give a quick summary of that?
Yeah, just well, okay. The wholly aware relationship is a major. Let me try and get it in my different words. The move to the holy relationship is, or can be, a difficult one, and will bring up required change.
Yeah. Difficult phase is the beginning, because suddenly there's a dramatic, radical shift to the exact opposite of what the previous purpose of the relationship was perceived to be. And then in number 3 goes on to explain it. Let me just make sure you got the right version here. So that's that. Get the right document 2. This invitation is accepted immediately. So there we go. And let's go in there. And where are we? 3. Got too many documents open here. This is number 1. Number 2. Okay, so this invitation is accepted immediately. You want to read the?
Yep.
Just read the translated version, I think. Speed it up a bit. So this invitation is accepted immediately.
This invitation is accepted immediately, and the remembrance of perfect love wastes no time in introducing the practical results of asking it to enter. At once, its goal replaces yours. This is accomplished very rapidly, but it makes the relationship seem disturbed, disjunctive, and even quite distressing. The reason is quite clear. For the relationship as it is out of line with its own goal, clearly unsuited to the purpose that has been accepted for it. In its unaware condition, Your goal was all that seemed to give it meaning. Perception will be meaningless when it has been perfected. For everything that has been used for learning will have no function. Nothing will ever change. Nothing will ever change. No shifts, no shadings, no differences, no variations that make.
I think you skipped you skipped to the next paragraph, John.
Oh, did I?
Yeah. Many relationships.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Many relationships have been broken off at this point, and the pursuit of the old goal re-established in another relationship. But once the unaware relationship has accepted the goal of holiness, it can never again be what it was.
And just thought we might change that. Anything you think needs to change? Disjunctive. I'm not actually familiar with the word disjunctive. I think maybe
Disruptive. Disruptive.
Disjunctive normal form. Disjunctive. No, hang on. Disjunctive meaning. Disjunctive is lacking connection or consistency. Grammar, disjunctive conjunction or other words. So lacking connection or consistency. So disjointed, maybe. I was thinking.
Yes, disjointed.
I think disjointed sort of is more understandable for the average person. Disjointed and even quite distressing.
What's that first sentence? This invitation is accepted immediately. Is that referring to the previous paragraph?
Yes. Yeah. And this invitation is first result of offering the relationship to the remembrance of perfect love. Result of inviting remembrance of perfect love. How about result of inviting remembrance of perfect love to use the relationship for its purposes?
Yeah, that makes
simpler. So that's the invitation, and this invitation is accepted immediately.
Yes, that's good. And the remembrance of perfect love wastes no time in introducing the practical results of asking it to enter. Once its goal replaces yours, this is accomplished very rapidly, but it makes the relationship seem disturbed, disjointed, and even quite distressing. The reason is quite clear. The relationship as it is out of line with its own goal and clearly unsuited to the purpose that has been accepted for it. In its unaware condition, your goal was all that seemed to give it meaning. Now it seems to make no sense. Many relationships have been broken off at this point, and the pursuit of the old goal re-established in another relationship. Or at this point, for once the unaware relationship has accepted the goal of holiness, it can never of wholeness.
Pure formless awareness.
Once the unaware relationship has accepted the goal of pure formless awareness, it can never again be what it was.
Yeah. Any thoughts on that?
It reminds me very much of, I went to see that new movie Elvis
Okay.
yesterday, and it gets to the point where Priscilla, his wife, leaves him. And by that time, he's taking so many pills and drugs.
Mm.
You know, he's kind of really lost his way.
Mm.
And she, you know, she kind of hesitates for a moment whilst he's pleading for her to stay, and she just embraces him and says, "But I've got to go." Yeah.
Mm.
And she goes,
Mm.
and he's just left completely discombobulated and a mess, and he can't shift.
Mm.
He can't shift. He goes back to re-establishing another relationship, but it's just the same old stuff.
Mm. Mm. Yeah. So that's what he's saying here. So it seems to make no sense, and that can be very disturbing.
Yeah.
So, you know, the purpose you've given to the relationship, and every relationship, is now no longer valid in your mind, and relationships are then broken off often at this point. Pursuit of the old goal reestablished in another relationship, you know, as Elvis did, and many people do. You go,
Yeah.
oh, well, this one's not working, so let's find another person because it's going to work better in another relationship.
Mm.
But it's the same thought system, the same unholy purpose. So of course it's not going to work better. That's the illusion the ego holds out. Oh, well, this one didn't work because it's their fault. You know, the special partner is somehow not meeting your needs, but someone else might meet your needs better. So go find someone else and do a substitution on the level of form, instead of recognizing that actually you don't want the special relationship at all. And at the highest level of spiritual awakening, masters, avatars, mystics, they really don't require a special relationship with anyone. There's no desire for it anymore, because they've seen through the illusion that a seemingly separate person can actually offer them anything. They recognize that actually it offers them only separation, which is pain, and they don't want it. And so they see in everyone the essence of the truth of who they are. So and there's no specialness anymore in their perception.
Mm.
So what he's saying here is, okay, you have a special unholy relationship. You were unaware, you didn't really understand what it was for, but now the Holy Spirit will reinterpret it for you and help you to perceive it correctly. That it's for your awakening. It's for recognizing who you really are, and for both of you. And this then becomes part of your transformation process. So he's not saying necessarily just let go of the relationship and stop it. He's saying transform it into this tool for your awakening, and then it's a very potent tool, as he says later on. I think he says this is phenomenal teaching accomplishment, or has he already said that? Phenomenal teaching accomplishment. Old and transformed and seen anew. I wonder if we should change that to learning accomplishment rather than teaching. What do you think?
Yeah, I think learning would be better.
Accomplishment, maybe he's talking about teaching accomplishment of the Holy Spirit, but I think it's more relevant if we say it's a phenomenal learning, because actually we need to learn it. So then he's saying, look, if you can actually learn this, phenomenal, saying this is quite extraordinary. Maybe again, let's play around with the wording. How about extraordinary rather than phenomenal? It's an extraordinary learning accomplishment. So it's actually is quite extraordinary in this world for a relationship to become holy. Because it requires two people to unite their minds in the service of one purpose. And that's quite unusual. Often, if one person's on a spiritual path, the other person's not quite there, and there's disconnection, and often then the relationship will end. But if two people come together, the Bible says, when two or more come together in my name, then I will be there. Well, then the Christ consciousness, the Christ presence will be there.
Yeah.
So it's an extraordinary learning accomplishment if you can learn it, because you really got to undo your whole ego to do it. There's nothing that quite pushes your ego buttons like a special relationship, is there? I mean, we all know it's like where we often experience greatest difficulty in life. So to really learn this is an extraordinary accomplishment, and then a major part of your awakening, because you're undoing the ego as you learn this. So this is what he's inviting us to do with our relationships here. Okay, want to carry on?
Yeah, I'm good for a bit.
Okay, excellent. So let's just find temptation of the ego becomes extremely intense at this point. Okay, and we'll just read the main thing. Where are we? Document 1, document 2. That's what we wanted. Temptation of belief in separation. If you read the translated version.
The temptation of the belief in separation becomes extremely intense with this shift in goals. For the relationship has not as yet been changed sufficiently to make its former goal completely without attraction, and its structure is threatened by the recognition of its inappropriateness for meeting its new purpose. The conflict between the goal and the structure of the relationship is so apparent that they cannot coexist. Yet now the goal will not be changed. Set firmly in the unaware relationship, there is no course except to change the relationship to fit the goal. Until this happy solution is seen and accepted as the only way out of the conflict, the relationship may seem to be severely strained.
Okay, so any thoughts on that?
Now, I think that one's very clear, actually. It's an extension of number 3, I think. It's
threatened, quote, threatened by the recognition of its inappropriateness for meeting its new purpose. So it has a form. Maybe instead of structure, because it's a bit kind of, does a relationship have a structure? Maybe it's form. What do you think? Its form is, because that's what he's meaning.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, and its form
is threatened by the recognition of its inappropriateness for meeting its new purpose. So the form of it now it doesn't meet the purpose. The form of it might have been, accusation, blame, attack, control, manipulation, codependency, and so on and so on. That's the form or the structure. And now this is threatened by the recognition of its inappropriateness, the form's inappropriateness for meeting its new purpose, for meeting the relationships. Let's just be clear here. Because there, he's talking about the form, meeting the relationships, new purpose. So purpose and form are no longer in alignment. If you want to have a look at the integral model quickly, this kind of explains it quite well, because what he's saying, where we just bring it up, what he's saying here is integral model. So the intentional, individual interior, so the interior, the purpose has changed for both parties, one or both parties. And now the form, the exterior, no longer matches the interior. So there's a misalignment. And then, of course, that's going to cause tension. Whenever there's misalignment between these quadrants, you get conflict and tension because something has to give. And so what he's saying is let the new purpose, the new intention for the relationship now direct how the form should be. So the form being the way the two people behave towards each other needs to then change in order to come into alignment with the new purpose.
Yeah, that's clear.
Okay. Goal in the form of the conflict between the new goal, the purpose. I think we should change goal to purpose to make it for the relationships not yet change sufficiently to make its former goal completely without attraction. Its form is threatened by the reckoning for meeting the relationship's new purpose. Conflict between the goal, between this purpose. So he uses goal for ego, and let's just this purpose. The conflict between this new purpose. So we're clear, and the form of the relationship is so apparent that they cannot coexist. Yet now the purpose will not be changed. Because goal's a bit limiting, really. Purpose is links into higher purpose, will not be changed. Set firmly in the unaware relationship. There's no course except to change the relationship to fit the goal. Okay. So I think that could do with some translation. There's no remedy instead of course. There's no remedy. Set firmly in the unaware. No remedy except to change the relationship. So do we even need this? Set firmly in the unaware relationship. There is no remedy except to change the relationship to fit a new purpose, to change the form of the relationship, to change the form of the relationship, to fit the new purpose. I don't think we even need that. It's not really adding any value, that little phrase. Yet now the purpose will not be changed. There is no remedy. There is no remedy for the apparent conflict. Well, the only remedy for the apparent conflict is to change. How about that? It's even more direct.
Yeah.
The only remedy for the apparent conflict is to change the form of the relationship to fit the new purpose. I think that's nice.
Yeah.
Until this happy solution is seen, until this happy solution is perceived and accepted as the only way out of the conflict, the relationship may seem to be severely strained. Okay?
Yeah.
Read that from the top. Let's just make sure it all makes sense.
The temptation of the belief in separation becomes extremely intense with this shift in goals. For the relationship has not as yet been changed sufficiently to make its former goal completely without attraction, and its form is threatened by the recognition of its inappropriateness for meeting the relationship's new purpose. The conflict between this new purpose and the form of the relationship is so apparent that they cannot coexist. Yet now the purpose will not be changed. The only remedy for this apparent conflict is to change the form of the relationship to fit the new purpose. Until this happy solution is perceived and accepted as the only way out of the conflict, the relationship may seem to be severely strained.
Okay. So what's he saying there in summary?
By saying that in the initial stages, we will be tempted to ignore the necessity of change. And that will take us into conflict, which will only be resolved when we decide to make the change.
Yeah, when we change the form. So going back to the integral model, we need to change the form, bring the exterior behavior to meet the new purpose. And to get those in alignment is to be in integrity. And if they're misalignments, then the intention, the purpose must direct the behavior. The old behavior wants to stay, but the new purpose and it are incompatible. So they need the one needs to shift. And he's saying, well, you've changed the purpose, and this is the correct purpose. So the behavior must change, because behavior comes from the intentions, and behavior should never be leading. Be above the true purpose. Okay, so happy with number 4?
Yeah, I think this might be the last one for me, this number 5, John, today.
Yeah, okay, no problem. You've done pretty well, I have to say. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
So document 2. The other day we went on till about 12:30, I think. Or 1 with Iona and Lucy. It was like, okay, so where are we? Let's get it to here. So if you want to just read the translated version.
Yeah, it would not be kinder to shift the goal more slowly, for the contrast would be obscured, and the belief in separation given time to reinterpret each slow step according to its liking. Only a radical shift in purpose could induce a complete change of mind about what the whole relationship is for. As this change develops and is finally accomplished, it grows increasingly beneficent and joyous. But at the beginning, the situation is experienced as very precarious. A relationship undertaken by 2 individuals for their unaware purposes suddenly has holiness for its goal. As these two contemplate their relationship from the point of view of this new purpose, they are inevitably appalled. Their perception of the relationship may even become quite disorganized. And yet the former organization of their perception no longer serves the purpose they have agreed to meet.
Okay. And what's he saying there?
Yeah, it says it's saying it isn't kind to hesitate and mess around. Gonna make a change, you've got to get on and do it.
So it wouldn't be kinder to shift the goal more slowly. Contrast would be obscured. So it's often like a radical. Oh, actually, it's a different purpose entirely.
Yeah.
Don't let the ego have time to reinterpret each slow step according to its liking, because it'll come in and try and hijack the shift. So only a radical shift. So radical comes from the root word radix in Latin, which means root. So it's like at the very core, it's a fundamental shift in purpose based on a fundamental shift in identity of who you think you are. Could induce a complete change of mind about what the whole relationship is for.
Makes me think about my own grandmother, actually, because when she had 5 or 6 kids, and each one, as they reached the age of 15, went off to work. So they left the home and went into service or something, or other. Well, actually, most went into service because they were all girls.
Okay.
When the last one got to 15, she said to my grandfather, "She's not going. She's not going out. She's not going out to work. She's staying here to help me." And he said, "No, she's got to go." And she left. So she left him. And she went and got herself a job, and she took the daughter with her and left her husband. And then after some time, he came round and joined her. But it was not a situation that could be, partially done.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what he's saying. It's this or that.
Yeah.
It's this or that, and you must choose. And the two thought systems don't reconcile at all. So only this radical shift. Okay, it's a different purpose here. The old purpose was love and guilt. Was guilt and fear and hatred and attack. The new purpose is love, peace, joy, happiness, and ultimate awakening. I can't reconcile those. There's no like in between. Oh well, I'll have a little bit of fear, a little bit of hatred, and then a little bit of love, and it's like, okay, look, it's one or the other here. These are opposite thought systems. That's what he's saying. And don't give the ego time to reinterpret it, because it will tend to do that. So it's a radical shift in purpose, and then if you stay to that purpose, that the change will develop, it'll be finally accomplished. The two parties realize, wow, this is actually so much better than the old unholy relationship. But at the beginning, the situation experienced precarious, as meaning, well, this could break up at any point. The two parties are there's conflict because of the change of purpose. Suddenly has holiness, suddenly has whole awareness, shall we say? Or suddenly has pure formless awareness, suddenly has pure formless awareness as its purpose. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? So you go, well, the only purpose of this relationship is to bring the two people into pure formless awareness of perfect love. As pure formless awareness of, maybe we even make it quite like that. So then God isn't, you say this, pure formless awareness of perfect love as its purpose. God, that relationship has been given to God, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Another way of saying it.
Yeah.
Because that's now the purpose that both people should experience, this pure formless awareness of perfect love. Relationships given to God, that's what it means. And as the two contemplate their relationship from the point of view of this new purpose, they are inevitably appalled. Oh God, what's happened?
Yeah.
Actually, it's all been changed, and the ego is clinging on to the old perception. May even become quite disorganized. So they're going, well, what's it really all about? What's it for? I thought it was for this. It's not for that, and it's all up in there. It's a bit like one of those, those balls with water, and then you turn it upside down, and then everything goes to the top, and it all gets disorganized, and it's got to settle down again. So that's exactly what you're doing. You're turning it upside down, going, the purpose has changed. Everything gets thrown up, and it seems to be disorganized for a while as it then settles down into a new equilibrium.
Yeah.
and yet the former organization of their perception no longer serves the purpose they have agreed to meet. So if they've, I mean, what he's talking about here is agreement between people, which is unusual, but it can happen. Often people who are doing this work will do it, and then their partner's not on the same track, in which case it can't really be a true holy relationship, because it requires both people to say, yes, okay, we both agree to this new purpose. And then it's got a chance of surviving because they both agreed, and all they've got to do is remind each other, well, this is what we actually want. We both agreed on this. And although it seems to be, quite disorganized and disjointed, let's just, persevere through this phase. And then he's guiding and saying, well, look, actually just persevere with us. Don't break it off, because the Holy Spirit will help you and will guide it to become a truly holy relationship that can really bless and heal both people. And to experience unconditional love in your relationship is, amazing, transformational. I think, that's why it says it's a phenomenal, or as we translate it, extraordinary learning accomplishment. Okay, so any further thoughts on that?
No, I'm good with that one.
Are you timing out now?
I am, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you, John.
Okay, John. Yeah.
So, welcome back, and I hope to see you tomorrow. You're going to join tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah. Good luck. Should be there tomorrow.
Yeah, 12:30. Okay, lovely. Have a nice evening.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, John.
Okay. Bye. Namaste. All right, so I'm on my own in the midnight shift. Let's finish this translation, I think, because we're 5 paragraphs into it. So what the hell? Let's just complete it as quickly as we can. So this is the time for faith. I just need to go to document 1. Okay, so this is the time for faith. You let this goal be set for you. That was an act of faith. Do not abandon faith. You let this purpose be. So we're using purpose rather than goals. So let this purpose be established. Let this be established for you. That was an act of faith. Do not abandon faith now that the rewards of faith are being introduced. If you believe the remembrance of perfect love was there to accept the relationship, why would you now not still believe that it is there to purify what it has taken under its guidance? Have faith in your brother or your companion in what only seems to be a trying time. The goal is set. The purpose is established. And your relationship has sanity as its purpose. And now your relationship has sanity as its new purpose, rather than insanity. Now you find yourself in an insane relationship, recognized as such in the light of its
purpose instead of goal. So what he's saying here is have faith that remembrance of perfect love, the Holy Spirit, if it was there to accept the relationship that was given to it, why would you now not still believe that it's there to purify it and to help you with this process of healing it? So have faith in your companion, the other person, have faith in the other person, in your companion. I think that's pretty clear what he means. And what only seems to be a trying time. Purpose is established, and now your relationship has sanity as its new purpose. Now you find yourself in an insane relationship, recognized as such in the light of its purpose. So it can be a bit shocking to recognize this, that you're in an insane relationship, but it's necessary in order to transform it. Okay, so moving on to number 7. Now the ego counsels thus: substitute for this another relationship to which your former goal was quite appropriate. You can escape from your distress only by getting rid of your brother. You do not part entirely if you choose not to do so, but you must exclude major areas of fantasy from your brother. To save your sanity, hear not this now. Have faith in him who answered you. He heard. Has he not been very explicit in his answer? You are not now wholly insane. Can you deny that he has given you a most explicit statement? Now you ask for faith a little longer, even in bewilderment. For this will go, and you will see the justification for your faith emerge to bring you shining conviction. Abandon him not now, nor your brother. This relationship has been reborn as holy. Okay, so let's do the translation. So now the belief in separation counsels thus. Now, belief in separation. So it advises you to substitute another relationship for this current relationship. To which your former goal was quite appropriate. For this, another relationship to which former goal is quite appropriate. Former goal should be is, not was. To which your former goal seems to be, maybe we say that because it is seeming, it's never really appropriate. It seems to be quite appropriate. You can escape from your distress only by getting rid of your companion. So it tells you you can escape from your distress only by getting rid of your companion, person whom you're in a relationship with. Need not part entirely if you choose not to do so. Need not part entirely, so maybe separate entirely. Need not separate entirely if you choose not to do so. But you must exclude major areas of fantasy from your companion to save your sanity. So what does he mean there? You must exclude major areas of fantasy from your companion. Exclude major areas of fantasy to save your sanity. So maybe it's meaning hide. You must hide major areas of fantasy. Exclude. Hide major areas of fantasy. So fantasy is illusion. Major areas of fantasy, false beliefs, I think. You must exclude major areas of false beliefs from your companion to save your sanity. You must hide major areas of fantasy. So maybe it's meaning fantasy in terms of fantasizing about another special relationship. No, maybe that's what he means. I think. So I'm interpreting anyway. You must hide your fantasies of another relationship. Hide your fantasies of another relationship from your companion to save your sanity. I think that's what he means. What else could he mean? Maybe I'm interpreting it wrongly, but that's the only way I'm making sense of that. So you must hide your fantasies of another relationship, of fantasies of having another relationship from your companion to save your sanity. So really being unfaithful in your mind, thinking, well, the grass is green on the other side, I'm going to go somewhere else. And then he says, hear not this now. So do not hear. Do not hear this advice. No. Have faith in it. Faith in it. So we're talking about the Holy Spirit or the remembrance of love. Have faith in the remembrance of perfect love. Which that answered you. Remembrance of perfect love that answered you. He heard. It heard. It heard your invitation to refer back to previous paragraph. So it heard your invitation, and has it not been very explicit? Has not been very explicit in its answer. You're not now wholly insane. You're not wholly insane now. Can you deny that he's given you a most explicit statement? Now I'd ask for faith a little longer, even in bewilderment, for this will go, and you will see the justification for your faith emerge to bring you shining conviction. Do not abandon it now, nor your companion. This relationship has been reborn as wholly aware. Been reborn as holy. So you're both wholly aware of its true purpose. That's what it means to be in a holy relationship. So what he's saying here is don't be tempted to break or to separate and find someone else, to substitute one relationship for another. Don't be tempted to hide your fantasies of having another relationship from your companion to save your sanity. Don't listen to the ego's advice. Have faith instead, in remembrance of perfect love that has answered you. It heard your invitation. It has not been very explicit in its answer. You're not wholly insane now. Can you deny that it has given you a most explicit statement? The most explicit instruction. Explicit statement. Now I'd ask for faith a little longer, even in bewilderment. For this will go, and you will see the justification for your faith emerge, and you'll perceive the justification for your faith. You will perceive the justification for your faith. To bring you shining conviction. Do not abandon it now, nor your companion. Do not abandon it as the remembrance of perfect love. Or just this remembrance. Do not abandon this remembrance now. This remembrance or your companion. I think that's better. This relationship has been reborn as wholly aware. It's saying, don't be tempted to listen to the ego, listen to the remembrance of perfect love, the Holy Spirit, and let it bring this. See the justification for your faith emerging instead of emerge to bring you shining conviction. So this relationship will be born as wholly aware, reborn as wholly aware. It's been reborn, has been reborn, repurposed born anew, has been reformatted, restructured, has been reborn. I think let's keep reborn. Okay, so moving on to number 8. So he's just saying there, don't be tempted by the ego, listen to only the interpretation of the Holy Spirit, have faith that it's going to guide you truly. Accept with gladness what you do not understand and let it be explained to you. As you perceive its purpose, work in it to make it wholly aware. Accept in the relationship. Let it be explained to you. Accept with gladness. Let it be explained to you as you perceive its purpose. Right. You perceive the relationships. New purpose. Let's make it clearer. Work in to make it wholly aware. I'm just going to grab number 1. You can check on the original. Perceive its purpose, work in it to make it holy. This new purpose, work. In it to make it wholly aware. Maybe extra in it. Relationships, new purpose, work in it to make it wholly aware. Find many opportunities to blame your companion for the, quote, failure of your relationship, for it will seem at times to have no purpose. Sense of aimlessness will come to haunt you, to remind you of all the ways you once sought for satisfaction. And thought you found it. Do not forget now the misery you really found. And do not breathe life into your failing belief in separation. Your relationship has not been disrupted, it has been saved. So you find many opportunities to blame someone for the failure of your relationship, apparent failure. But will seem at times to have no purpose because the old purpose has been changed, it's all been thrown up in the air. The new purpose hasn't quite been re-established in your mind, and so a sense of aimlessness will come to haunt you, to remind you of all the ways you once sought for satisfaction and thought you found it. But do not forget the misery you really found now, and do not breathe life into your failing belief in separation. So remember that the old unholy relationship really caused you endless misery, and do not try and life into your failing belief in separation by believing in the old unholy relationship. The relationship has not been disrupted. It has been saved. It has been awakened. It has been transformed. I think that's the way it's been saved. It has been transformed through the new purpose. So what he's really saying there is, yeah, it might be difficult. You might be tempted to blame your partner. You can have a sense of aimlessness, purposelessness come to haunt you and remind you of all the ways you once sought for satisfaction, thought you found it in the old unholy relationship, but don't forget the real misery that was there, and don't try and breathe life into your failing belief in separation by clinging to the old unholy relationship. In truth, your relationship has been transformed. Okay, so number 9. You are very new in the ways of awakening and think you have lost your way. Your way, it's italicized, is lost. It's original italicization, not the one I've added. But think not this is loss. But do not think that this is loss. In your newness, remember that you and your companion have started again together. And take his hand to walk together along a road far more familiar than you now believe. Far more familiar than you now believe. Change his to her. Take her hand to walk together along a road far more familiar than you now believe. Is it not certain that you'll remember a goal unchanged throughout eternity? For you have chosen only the goal, pure formless awareness of perfect love. Only the goal of perfect love, from which your true intent was never absent. For you have chosen only the purpose of perfect love, from which your true intent was never absent, from which you're very new in the ways of awakening. Think you've lost your way. Your way, the ego's way, the old way is lost, but do not think that this is loss. In your newness, so in your newness, in the newness of the very aware relationship. Remember that you and your companion have started again together. Take her hand to walk together along a road far more familiar than you now believe. Is it not certain that you will remember a goal unchanged throughout eternity? You have chosen only the purpose of perfect love, from which your true intent was never absent. Let's just change that to goal, I think. Only the goal of perfect love. Or a perfect love from which your true intent is never absent, from which you choose your true intention, which has always been about which has always been your true intention. has always been your true intention. Okay, so let's read it from the top. You're very new in the ways of awakening. Think you've lost your way. Your way is lost, but do not think that this is lost. So the old way, the ego's way, is being undone. In the newness of the wholly aware relationship, remember that you and your companion have started again together. And take her hand to walk together along a road far more familiar than you now believe. Is it not certain that you will remember a goal unchanged throughout eternity? You have chosen only the goal of perfect love, which has always been your true intention. So what is he really saying here? Don't think that you're losing, you're actually gaining what is true and real, and remember that you've started again together on the true road back to God. So take your companion's hand, walk together in this new holy relationship, holy aware relationship, and remember that you have this one goal, to find God, to and experience perfect love again, which has always been your goal, has always been your chosen only the goal of perfect love, which has always been your true intention. Which has always been your which has always been your intent was never absent. Let's keep the original, which has always been your true intention. So this goal has always been there. It's always been our goal in truth. So nothing has actually really changed. So number 10. Throughout the extension, the sonship is the song of freedom heard in joyous echo of your choice. You have joined with many in the holy aware instant, in the now, and they have joined with you. So what he's saying is this connects us with everyone. When we do this work, we transform our own relationship, then the song of freedom is heard everywhere. Joyous echo of your choice. Do not think. Your choice will leave you comfortless, for pure formless awareness of perfect love itself has blessed your holy aware relationship. Join in its blessing. And do not withhold yours from it. So give your blessing to the relationship, for all it needs now is your blessing, that you may see that in it rests awakening. All it needs now is your blessing, so that you may perceive that in it lies awakening. So you start perceiving that your relationship is holy relationship, holy aware relationship is awakening, is part of this awakening process. And in the accomplishment of it, you both have awakened together. Them awakening not, for it has come to you. So condemn awakening. So do not judge. I think that's what he means. Do not judge against awakening, for it has come to you. And welcome it together with your companion in your relationship. For it has come to join you and your companion together in a relationship in which all extension is blessed together. Okay, let's read it from the top. Throughout the extension is a song of freedom heard. So maybe we say, song of freedom is heard throughout the extension. Perfect love. Joyous echo of your choice. So when you choose holy relationship, then you affect the entire sonship, entire extension. You have joined. Many in the now, they've joined with you. So your holy relation is part of this healing, part of the holy instant, the now. Do not think your choice will leave you comfortless, for pure formless awareness of perfect love itself has blessed your holy aware relationship. Join in its blessing and do not withhold yours from it. So this pure formless awareness of perfect love has blessed it, and you bless it as well. For all it needs now is your blessing, so that you may perceive that in it lies awakening. Do not judge against this awakening, for it has come to you. In it lies your awakening. Do not judge against this awakening, against your awakening. For it has come to you. Welcome it together. It has come to you both. So welcome it together, for it has come to join you and your companion together in a relationship in which all extension is blessed together. So really it's saying that your holy relationship will help everyone. It's part of the undoing of the whole belief in separation. It's going to help the entire sonship to awaken. Okay, so moving swiftly on to number 11. So you undertook together to invite the remembrance of perfect love into your relationship. It could not have entered otherwise. It could not have entered otherwise. Well, you may have made many mistakes since then. You've also made enormous efforts to help it do its work. It has not been lacking in appreciation for what you've done for it, nor does it see mistakes at all. Have you been similarly grateful to your companion? Have you consistently appreciated the good efforts and overlooked mistakes? Or has your appreciation flickered and grown dim in what seemed to be the light of the mistakes? So we focus on the errors rather. Perhaps you're now entering upon a campaign to blame and blame her instead of him for the discomfort of the situation which you find yourself. By this lack of thanks and gratitude, you make yourself unable to express the wholly aware instant, unable to express the now, unable to express the now, unable to enter the now, and thus lose sight of it. So what is he saying here? You undertook together to invite the remembrance of perfect love into your relationship. You could not have entered otherwise. Well, you may have made many mistakes since then. You've also made enormous efforts to help it do its work. So we've invited it. There might be many mistakes along the way, but and this presence has not been lacking appreciation for what you've done for it. Nor does it see the mistakes at all. But have you been similarly grateful to your companion? Have you consistently appreciated the good efforts and overlooked mistakes? Or has your appreciation flickered and grown dim in what seemed to be the awareness of the mistakes? So this is what we do. We focus on mistakes, on errors, make them sins, and then this seems to deny truth of your formless awareness of perfect love. So perhaps you're now entering upon a campaign to blame him or her for the discomfort of the situation which you find yourself. By this lack of thanks and gratitude, you make yourself unable to enter the now and thus lose sight of it. Lose awareness of it. So you're unable to enter the now because you lack thanks and gratitude and you lose awareness of it. So saying we should be as grateful to our companion as the Holy Spirit is grateful to us. Not lose sight of truth. Not focus on mistakes, but overlook them and give thanks for all of the efforts, the good efforts of this person to make it work. Okay, so number 12, the experience of an instant. However compelling it may be, is easily forgotten if you allow time to close over it. The holy instant is just a moment, and now can have a compelling experience, but it's easily forgotten if you allow time to close over it. Awareness of time, maybe. Now, awareness of time to close over it, to cover it. Time is part of the veil of illusion that covers the truth, which you can experience in an instant, but then the ego comes back and tries to cover it over. Must be kept shining and gracious in your awareness of time, but not concealed within it. The instant remains. But where are you? To give thanks to your companion is to appreciate the wholly aware instant, and thus enable its results to be accepted and shared. To attack your companion is not to lose the instant, but to make it powerless in its effects. So what is he saying here? So we can easily forget. You allow an awareness of time to come in. It must be kept shining and gracious in your awareness of time, but not concealed within it. Instant remains, but where are you? To give thanks to your companion is to appreciate the holy aware instant, to appreciate the now. And thus enable its results to be accepted and shared. Attack your companion is not to lose the instant, but to make it powerless in its effects. So we attack our companion and we lose the instant. Let's enable its results. So what's he saying here? That we must keep the now in our awareness, in our relationships. So when we give thanks to our companion, we appreciate the now, and thus enables results to be accepted and shared. To attack your companion is not to lose the instant, not to lose the now. So you can't really lose what's eternal, but we make it powerless in its effects. Time comes in, closes over it. Stay in the now, stay in the present. And you do that when you appreciate and are grateful. So when you give thanks to your companion, you appreciate the now, you enable the results of the now to be experienced, accepted, and shared. So it really is making a connection between the now, being rooted in the now, and the holy relationship. So moving on to number 13. Paragraph 13. You have received the now, but you may have established a condition which you cannot use it. Result, you do not realize that it is with you still. By cutting yourself off from its expression, you have denied yourself its benefit. You reinforce this every time you attack your companion, for the attack must blind you to yourself. And it is impossible to deny yourself and to recognize what has been given and received by you. So you've received the now, but you may have established a condition which you cannot use it. So we've received it, but we've covered it over, we've forgotten it. As a result, you do not realize that it is with you still. Cutting yourself off from its expression, you've denied yourself its benefit. So we now deny ourselves the benefit of being rooted in the now. You reinforce this every time you attack your companion. For the attack must blind you to yourself. You attack yourself, you attack the now, you deny the holy instant, you deny the truth. And it's impossible to deny yourself and still to recognize what has been given and received by you. Impossible to deny yourself and still to recognize. what you have given and received. So, in other words, if we deny the now, then and attack our companions, then it's all covered over the now, the holy instant, the holy relationship. And we're back in the unholy relationship. Given and received in truth. So making again the connection between staying rooted in the now and the holy relationship. This is the only place you can find salvation, awakening in the now, and bring it into your relationship. You and your brother stand together in the holy presence of truth itself. Here is the goal together with you. Think you not, the goal itself will gladly arrange the means for its accomplishment. It's just the same discrepancy between the purpose that has been accepted and the means as they stand now, which seems to make you suffer, which makes heaven glad. If heaven were outside you, you could not share in its gladness, yet, because it is within, the gladness too is yours. You are joined in purpose, but remain still separate and divided on the means. Yet the goal is fixed, firm and unalterable. The means will surely fall in place, because the goal is sure. And you will share the gladness of the sonship that it is so. Okay, translation of that. So you and your companion stand together in the holy aware presence of truth itself. Together. Wholly aware of the presence of truth itself. Only aware of truth itself. Here is the goal together with you. Do not think. Do not think the goal itself will gladly arrange the means for its accomplishment. So this goal will arrange the means for its accomplishment. You set your purpose, it's going to find a way. Oh. Okay. And then okay, I don't know where Elaine's, if she's going to be able to join. Maybe she joined by mistake. Do not think the goal itself will gladly arrange the means for its accomplishment. Just this same discrepancy between the purpose that has been accepted and the means as they stand now, which seems to make you suffer, but which makes heaven glad, which makes pure formless awareness. All right, let's continue. So makes pure formless awareness, a perfect love, glad. Pure formless awareness, glad. Let's just leave it as pure formless awareness, I think. Pure formless awareness were outside you, you could not share in its gladness, yet because it is within, the gladness too is yours. You're joined in purpose, but remain still separate and divided on the means. That the goal is fixed, firm, and unalterable. And the means will surely fall in place because the goal is sure. And you will share the gladness of the extension that it is so. Okay, so what's he saying here? You and your companions stand together, wholly aware of truth itself. Here is the goal together with you. So you're both in this whole awareness of truth. Do not think the goal itself will gladly arrange the means for its accomplishment. So you have a goal, and that arranges the means for its accomplishment. That's how it works. Just the same discrepancy between the purpose that has been accepted and the means as they stand now, which seems to make you suffer, which makes pure formless awareness glad. Okay, so there's a discrepancy between the purpose, the means as they stand now. So your purpose and the behavior are out of alignment, as I indicated before. There's a misalignment that seems to make you suffer, but it makes pure formless awareness glad. Pure formless awareness were outside you, you could not share its gladness, yet because it is within, the gladness too is yours. You are joined in purpose. Remain still separate and divided on the means. So you joined in one purpose, which is awakening, which is truth, but remain still separate and divided on the means to get there. So we don't quite agree yet on the level of forms to how we should be behaving. Yet the goal is fixed, firm, and unalterable, and the means will surely fall in place because the goal is sure. Saying if the goal is sure, then the means to achieve the goal will fall into place. If you look at the quadrant integral model, quadrants, you set the goal, the intention, and the means, being the external observed behaviors, must start to come into alignment with the goal, which is how it works. Goal is fixed, firm, and unalterable, and the means will surely fall in place because the goal is sure. So if the goal is sure and you're fixed on that, then the means must come, because the mind calls these means into being. And you will share the gladness of the extension of perfect love that it is so. So we all rejoice that this kind of healing can happen. We set a new intention, a new purpose, and then the means to accomplish it are given to us by the Holy Spirit, a remembrance of oneness that has now become our new intention, our new purpose. Okay, so it's number 14, last one, number 15. You begin to recognize and accept the gifts you have so freely given to your companion. You also accept the effects of the wholly aware instant and use them for the now. Use them to correct all your mistakes and free you from their results. Free you from the results of your mistakes. In learning this, you will have also learned how to release all the extension and offer it in gladness and thanksgiving. So yet who gave you a release and who would extend it through you. So the remembrance, and also learned how to release all the extension and give glad thanks to the remembrance of oneness. Offer it all the extension also have learned how to release the extension gladly. It's all the extension gladly and gratefully. Through the remembrance of perfect love. Give you a release. Wants to learn how to release all extension gladly and gratefully through the remembrance of perfect love. Gave you a release and wants to extend it through you. Alright, wants to release others, extend it through you, wants to release others through you. Okay, read that from the top. As you begin to recognize and accept the gifts you have so freely given to your companion, you will also accept the effects of the now and use them to correct all your mistakes and free you from their results. And learning this, you will also have learned, change the order around, how to release all extension gladly and gratefully through the remembrance of perfect love gave you your release and wants to release others through you. Let's check out the original. Gave you your release, that released you and wants to release others through you. So I think that's clearer. In learning this, you also have learned how to release all extension gladly and gratefully through the remembrance of perfect love that released you and wants to release others through you. So a nice kind of executive summary, that last bit. So personalized executive summary. Key message of the section is that, all right, so I'm experiencing the pure formless awareness of perfect love in the now. And change the purpose of special relationships to wholly aware relationships. From unaware guilt, sin, fear, attack to wholly aware relationships. This new purpose temporary conflict. Temporary conflict in the relationship, but making it personalized may cause temporary conflict in the relationship, but me and my partner companion, I guess, because it can be anyone, it doesn't have to be partner. Remains a perfect love, and me and my companion will change the form of the relationship and my companion's behavior towards each other and my companion's behavior towards each other to match the new purpose of awakening. This new purpose lived out new purpose expressed through us will this new purpose expressed through us will help to release and help to release others, help to release other people. This new purpose expressed through us will help to release other people from their own unaware relationships and awaken to the truth of perfect love. As well. Okay, let's read that from the top. Key message of the section is: by experiencing the pure formless awareness of perfect love in the now, I can change the purpose of my special relationships from unaware relationships characterized by guilt, sin, fear, and attack. From unaware relationships, attack, designed to perpetuate belief in being a separate self, to wholly aware relationships, help me awaken to eternal love, peace, and joy. Help me and companion to experience eternal love, peace, and joy. This new purpose may cause temporary conflict in the relationship, but I must have faith that the remembrance of perfect love in me and my companion will change the form of the relationship. My companion's behavior towards each other to match the relationship's new purpose of awakening. This new purpose expressed through us will help to release other people from their own unaware relationships and awaken to the truth of perfect love as well. And also awaken so there's going to be some conflict, but if I have faith, then the remembrance of perfect love change the form of the relationship, which is really our behavior towards each other to match the relationship's new purpose of awakening. This new purpose expressed through us will also help to release other people from their own unaware relationships and awaken to the truth of perfect love, truth of into the pure experience, pure formless awareness of perfect love. Okay, so That brings us to the end. That's the executive summary of what it's saying. Key message of the section is by experiencing the pure formless awareness of perfect love in the now, I can change the purpose of my special relationships from unaware relationships characterized by guilt, sin, fear, and attack, designed to perpetuate my belief in being a separate self, to wholly aware relationships that will help me and my companion to experience eternal love, peace, and joy. So it's a shift in purpose. This new purpose may cause temporary conflict in relationship, but I must have faith that the remembrance of perfect love in me and my companion will ultimately change the form of the relationship, which is me and my companion, my and my companion's behavior towards each other. It's the form to match the relationship's new purpose of awakening. This new purpose expressed through us, will also help to release other people from their own unaware relationships and experience and awaken to the truth of pure formless awareness. Experience the pure formless awareness of perfect love. Awaken to the experience of pure formless awareness. Awaken to the truth of pure experience. Into experience of pure formless awareness. So we must have faith. Our relationships can be transformed by entering into the now, changing our minds about the purpose. A relationship can be transformed into a truly holy relationship, wholly aware relationship that blesses and heals and releases the entire sonship, or in other words, other people, help them to free themselves from their own unaware relationships and awaken to the experience of pure formless awareness. So that brings us to the end of the session, I think. So thank you if you've listened or watched until the end. I wish you're practicing of this. You apply it to your relationships. It's a game changer and it's transformational. So I hope this has been helpful in giving you some ideas about how to do that and inspiring. I find it quite inspiring that we can change any relationship, any unholy relationship into a holy one with just by changing our minds. So good luck with that, and that's brings us to the end of the session. I will actually send this document out to the Telegram group shortly. It's nearly done, so have a read of it if you get a chance. Okay, so I hope to see you in the next session. It's happening this afternoon from 12:30 p.m. UK time. It's 1:30 p.m. SA time. Okay, so that's me signing off. Thanks for listening and namaste.